you. Hello? Okay. Okay. So it seems to be working now. Something to do with this voice filter.
Something to do with this voice filter.
Quit. And RTX voice. I'm going to switch to it one more time because I use it to prevent. I just, sorry, I'm hear double of me. But okay, let's try this one more time. Hopefully, it's not terrible. Sorry for the loud noises. That's quite loud too. That's so wild. Hello, hello. Hello, hello. Oh, that sounds good. That's so weird. Man, it was just this filter. Huh. Kind of odd to hear myself while I talk. It's like makes me second guess talking. Yeah, it's the uh this thing right here, RTX voice. Never had that problem before. Usually it's quite good. Well, hopefully it never does that again. The older one. Maybe I just need to update. Might be a driver issue. Switch back to here. Well, I appreciate you letting me know. I think that definitely could have been one of those things where just it's so loud, people just leave because it's too loud. The client's saying it's clipping. I'm having a hard time recreating that clipping in here. So one person brought in the VR chat tag and had no audio at all. I was just talking away for hours. Me when I first started streaming. Nor the weird inny knees. That's probably what's going on. There. Okay, so we need to basically this here is where it would not clip at all. Oh yeah, dude. Once a week, I'll have a moment where I just am muted for a good hour. Had that happen to me during our improv performance last Sunday. Totally forgot to turn my audio on. Oh no! Just pure pantomiming. Gotta do the mime improv. Could hear everyone else except me. Oh no! That's cool. You do improv. I love role playing and like Dungeons and Dragons stuff. So I've been considering doing that, but hard to find the time. Oh, you run a troop. Oh, very cool. Sure. I'm surprised the influence goes down that far. Me and three others, we want run workshops every week. I mean, two others. I'm the third. No, I know what you mean. That's awesome, though. That's very cool. Seems like it'd be a lot of fun. Oh, stretching so much. Why is it stretching, though? Well, that's super cool. Do you do any sort of Dungeons and Dragons at all, or mostly just improv? Interesting. Pulls. I guess it's staying in place. It's just do really have to move it over. Dang. Or I need to move the knee. I need to move the knee over. Let's go into. I have outside of VR. Haven't played any since our last campaign and last year. Taking a break. Gotcha. Gotcha. Totally fair. Huh. So hard to grab as these little octahedrals. Hopefully that will help. Our DM likes more planning outside involvement from his players, and I'm just way too busy for that. Same. I feel the same way. It's like I really would love to run a D&D group or like host it in VR chat and do D&D stuff in VR, but it's so hard to find the time. That rotates way better. Okay, at least it's more visible that it's there. One moment. I'm involved in a light RP group, though. I still do that. I'm very cool. Hello, Jay Dunner. Oh, I got a little involved in light. It's definitely a fun character. It's actually one I finished a while back, but we're doing some minor tweaks here. Um, heard your hello before Dutter's post. Yeah, that is. It showed up on mine first, but yeah. So here's the dragon character. We made him a little while back, and I'm just clairvoyant. No biggie. Ding, 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 ding. Showing it off to the peoples. Do you IK rig it all yourself or use an auto rigger? So there's definitely a mix of both. But I do utilize something called Auto Rig Pro. And personally, I think that it's well worth the money. It might be a little bit intimidating um, for people just getting into rigging, but they have like an auto rig smart thing. So it sets up all the bones for you and you can voxelize. But almost all think about it a bit ago before the head. Oh, okay, heck yeah. Definitely recommend utilizing it. It's awesome. Uh, yeah, almost all of my rigging now involves Auto Rig Pro because for a few reasons, but the main one is that if you do something character with Auto Rig Pro, that means because they share the same rig, you can take it to the other character. So helps standardize what I do. Got a little wonky right here. Because the knee kind of rotates a little bit, which is why it's kind of squished. Might do that this time. I want to do more interesting animations on the current avatar count. Oh heck yeah! Well then, definitely Auto Rig Pro because it sets up all the control rig stuff for you. Uh, so you just right away have something that's super easy to animate. Um, oh, apologies for yawning. All right, that's a bit better there. It's never going to be 100%. It's like even if the legs were completely straight, it's going to happen on some level. Specifically this flipping with the leg. Stomp, 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 stomp. What was the other thing too? Oh yeah, the vicine. So if we go here, have this vicine. And yeah, it is quite small. So let's go ahead and tweak that. Can I just turn it up? I'd rather do it right. Okay, so step back to 1. Then we're going to go to our rig. Excuse me. Turn it down. Very similar to what we're just doing, but it's back because the other one went straight down. This one's back a little ways. Back streets back. All right. Let's save a shape key. Undo the pose. Here, we're going to go ahead and delete this one. VRC, not V underscore AA. All right. So now we just have to remove that influence from the wings. Isn't that the worst? Isn't that the worst? It's so unnecessary. Joe and I are talking about there's someone in our neighborhood that every time they start their truck, they have to do it just enough to set the car alarm of the neighboring car off. Thankfully, it's only for a second or two, but it's almost every morning. All right, so I think that's good. Oh, this one is also an value, so we will. I guess I could just do AQ blend from shape. Find the There we go. Updated. Oh, glad I noticed that. here and do the same thing. All right. I think that's good now. Okay, so we've changed the blend shape. That's important. We have oh, changes to the page. Okay, we'll have to talk about that later. Or he's not right now. Time to play golf. Cheers. Hey, I hope you go enjoy your golf. Go kick their butts. Tell them I say hi. But, hope you have a good day, Dad. Love you. We're just waiting on. We'll update and then we'll continue. Do, 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 do. Avis. the video format. Welcome, Junie. Hello, Mr. Wizardman. How are you? I'm doing well. And yeah, I hope you're having a good start to your Moondash, your Mon. Or no, wait, no, today's Tuesday. To your Tuesdash. Have any fun projects you're working on? There we go. All right, let's do this and then that. A friend of mine is making a little 3D movie for his final school project. Hey, that's awesome. Hello, Tuski, the dragon. Welcome. Welcome to the stream. We're working on some foot alterations right now, as best we can. To be honest, the PSVR2 would be a quest killer if it worked with PC. Maybe eventually. I think there's some copyright issues they have to watch out for. He tweeted out if anyone knows 3D artists that would help him with character creations. Tweak out Flutter with bots, sending offers and rates. Mind if I give him his name? Yeah, you're welcome to share his work here. May not have too much time to make stuff, but if he's just looking for super simple things. Hello, Cornfather. Welcome. How's the field? I'm gonna get some people to do get it working on a PC though. Oh, gotcha. I thought you were talking about VR chat, but the headset. That would be pretty cool. I'm sure there will be some passion project, but I doubt it'd be quite as compatible. Certainly one of those, if you have a week for your hobby kind of projects. All right, but you have endless wisdom for his questions. Well, thank you. Yeah, if you need some assistance making characters and stuff, I definitely can give him some direction at the very least, or see what we can do. But I appreciate you referring me to him. Yeah, I thought. Yeah, though, but if it does start working with PC and gets continued support, it'll be a killer PCVR headset. Definitely, definitely. I mean, it is Sony. They do other computer stuff, so it's not out of the realm of possibility. And certainly the Quest could use the competition. Just the thing is, it's like 1,000 to 15,000 headset being sold for 550 to get people on PlayStation platform. That would make money back on the games. Absolutely. I mean, that's just how consoles work. They have a bit more uh, experience with that type of model than Quest does. Hello, N1NFY. I've come seeking 3D modeling wisdom. Well, hello. Hello there. I shall model. Hello. Oh, yes. Okay, so you were the one that Julia was talking about. Well, welcome, welcome. Hello. We're working on characters right now, as you can see. Well, we're Dragon Dude, Lunathal. I do. Yes, I make. That's my living. Actually, I do this full time. I make VR chat avatars. Right now, I'm making some tweaks to a model I already made for a client. Um, he came out really well. Little dragon guy. He's all fully rigged and stuff too. Make flight systems. I have not made a flight system for a VR chat. I think there's some prefabs available for that kind of stuff, um, at least for worlds. It's a little bit harder to make that stuff for avatars, but it is possible for worlds. Do you do animations too? I have experience making some simple animations. I don't do. I haven't done like a full animation, but I have made character animations. If that makes sense. More like more for video games where it's like sit down or punch or stuff like that. Oh, hey there, Newman. Welcome. Cool to see you. Thank you. Thank you. Currently doing an assignment and was tasked to model my own character. Currently struggling on modeling the whole leg. Any tips for beginners? Um, I do have a little tutorial video I made on me going through the process of making an avatar. I think it was making an avatar. Oh no, that was the rigging. Um, that I swear I've recorded it somewhere. So, I do have a YouTube. I do have a YouTube, but for legs, uh, it'd be a little bit hard for me to show on stream today, but I definitely can go through some of my older videos because I do back up my streams on YouTube. They're not public though, but I can make some of the videos public so you can check it out. Um, and but yeah, for my YouTube, it's just Sam Dutter. Let me share that in chat. Oh yeah, sorry. I think I was showing off something you guys couldn't see there, but um, let's see, YouTube. Yeah, so I'll share that there. Immediately sub. Oh, thank you guys. I very much appreciate it. But yeah, generally, I would recommend if you are just starting uh, out on the leg, especially for animation, as long as your rig is the same. So for like this character here, I use something called Auto Rig Pro, which might be useful for you. But say I needed to swap out the model later, because it's the same control rig here, I can always swap the model back in or take that animation and apply it to the new updated model. So I think that, you know, you can kind of um, you could put your animation first. Like just do a really simple block-in character, and then maybe do like, uh, and then you can start your animation and just work on your model as you learn more about the modeling. So just in case that, just so you know that you can always swap that out later as long as your rig is named the same. But thank you for the sub, Newen. Also, hello everyone. I think a few people are new here. Suski, Cornfather, Ninfi, and Newen. I appreciate y'all coming by today. Oh, you're too kind, Cornfather. Thank you for the follow. May your field of corn be blessed. but yes, here, let me go ahead and also just share my Discord. Um, Always nice to see more 3D artists. Well, thank you. Thank you. Yeah, I love sharing what I do. Um, but yeah, Ninfi, feel free to follow up there. I want a custom avatar design of my Sona, but I know they cost a fair bit. It's definitely an investment. Um, I do try to make them affordable, uh, but I think the best way for me to make things affordable is eventually to just make like base avatars. So I'm going to be trying to head that direction moving forward rather than commission. No problem with animating, but I am struggling with the basic shapes of the model. All my previous assignment is usually human based. Gotcha. Okay. Not like I'm in a position I can afford something like this right now, but I also don't want to undercut people. That's fair. Well, definitely having that concern is a good sign. You know, nice to work with people that understand the situation. I'm gonna have to be fully custom because there's for any kind of lot of specifics. Oh heck yeah, that's my favorite. I love making like extra arms or really long tails, and it's always fun when there's it's a little different. Like this guy made the wings, but in VR chat you can pilot the wings. So if you flap your arms, then the wings will also move and flap. It was very fun. I need to make a showcase video for this. We got a friend that rigs wings. Very cool. It's a fun process. Uh, you have to use a paid add-on. But Ninfi, if you're still there, I'll just show you a very quickly um, kind of what the general idea for legs are. Um, so, do you normally design the character from? I do not design the character. Usually, people provide reference and model it from there, or draw a plane from them. Um, yeah, so usually people have reference. Uh, I do have some uh, some basic parts that I'll attach, like hands and feet. But generally, I start my model out with something like this, which is like an 8 um, circle. So it's called 8 vertices. What's a pipeline I usually look for VRC avatars? Do you stay in Blender all the time or between different software? I use Blender for modeling, Substance Painter for texturing, and then Unity is the final upload process. But those are the three. Most of my time's in Blender, and then the Substance Painter is like just the texturing, and then Unity is that final upload to VR chat and getting all the like dynamics and clothing toggles working. Hello, Silik. Good morning. Happy Tuesday. Um, yeah, Nymphy, for your leg. Oh, wait. Are you prices? I consider you given you have experience with extra limbs? I appreciate that. I have. But definitely feel free to check out my website here for more information regarding pricing and stuff. Um, but generally, it's about $700 for a fully from scratch avatar. Um, and then if there's like additional features, some things will cost more. Just depends on the complexity you're looking for that those features. Uh, but yeah, for Ninfi, for my models, if I'm doing a leg, generally I start with a cylinder like this. So this would go up and attach to the hip over here, and then this would go attached to the foot. Um, but I do recommend keeping your underlying mesh uh, pretty simple. I really do like having 8 vertices for a circle. Probably just gonna get a job eventually and save up. That sounds good. Probably can afford that, but I'm gonna undercut. Or so I understand the models do cost that much. I appreciate that. Thank you. Um, and yeah, I hope to make some bases as well eventually, so they're a little more affordable. Um, but the thing that I find most important for legs here is getting the knee correct. So if you imagine this part, this upper part's the thigh, and then this lower part is kind of the ankle area, and then this middle section is going to be the knee right here. So the foot would be a different polygon then. You can always attach it, usually just like extrude it down. I'm going to fill it in with grid fill. And then extrude it. Well, and then you'd start your foot there. Something like that. Um, oh, thank you for the follow, Suski. Very much appreciated. Yeah, definitely let me know when you're in the market for an avatar. Um, the other option, if you're just looking to get your animation done right away, is using um, like base avatars, like avatars other people have built. But if your question for the leg modeling is kind of what to do, this is my general steps right here. And you can clip this, so you can always refer to it later. And I should have my hotkeys saved here. Discord username, it should be Sam Dutter. uh, should just be Sam Dutter. I try to keep my branding consistent. Uh, but yeah, for the crotch here, this is basically what I do. I make a little bridge. Bada boom. And then we'll slap a mirror mod on here. Boom. And then I like to go ahead and flatten out these segments. Can't really use the base avatar because for assignment, I basically have to make everything from scratch. Gotcha. Well, this should be a good starting point then. Bada boom. Bridge. Do a little cut. Close that. Boom. Making sure because Discord does tell you to make your. Oh, that's fair. That's fair. And we're going to make another circle right here. I'm going a little quick, but because I'll have to get back to my commissions in a moment. But this is basically the general process I do. Bridge. Speed remodeling, let's go! And then if you're doing a T-pose, you can just extrude it straight out. Like that. I'm not going to do the hand or hands too much because those will get complicated. put my cursor right here so I could 0.6 circle that. Just make your character from a single polygon. Yes, generally that's my uh, process to at least start the base. Um, but then I do some characters are I'll start from like a character that I already have. Um, but just something like this, and then boom. Gets a little funny here with the face, but generally something like this. Boom. Yeah, there you go. So let me save this. I'll put this in my tutorial section. Sculpting is fun. I agree. Yeah, sculpting and retopo can be a really nice way to do it. But yeah, feel free to clip this section of the stream. I know that was pretty quick, uh, but I think that generally this is kind of what I used to start, and then you just kind of start moving things around. Actually, seeing someone do it in real time helps a lot. Absolutely, absolutely. You know, a lot of things with modeling. It's like just not quite sure. It's not necessarily intuitive. Now, the one last thing I want to show you that will help a lot is the knees. So we'll say this is the knee right here. If you want to have it bend correctly, you want to rip it with V, and then close it, cut it, and then fill those little gaps right there. And now you've got a little knee. But I'm thinking of doing classes sometime soon for this process. So if that's something that interests you, I'll definitely be posting about it on my Discord. There you go. Now you got a nice little bend. Any tips on digigrade's legs, actually? It's basically the same thing. Basically the same thing. You can keep your knee and thigh in kind of the same spot. And then also where your foot is, you would just take this kind of cylinder, move it up. So then you have your knee go over. And then really the only trick is kind of that same thing I did where I made the front of the knee. You'll rip this part, bridge it, cut it, close it. And you got pretty much the basics of a digigrade right there. Sounds good, Suski. Thank you again for coming by and your interest. Hope you have a great rest of your Tuesday. But the reason I like that rip is that it'll give you a nice quads. Everything's still quads here, which is somewhat important. So you add the extra face on both sides. Yes, right there and there. But it does end up making that quad again. Hey, no problem. Something like that, and then you just start proportioning everything correctly. But genuinely, that cylinder manipulation where start with 8, you extrude it, cut it, and then ripping it apart at the joints, and then filling that in with the bridge is really what allows you to have deformations, get the rounding of the knees or joints. That's really what has helped me. But yeah, Chicken Man. All right, I'm gonna switch back to working on Lunathal. Um, and yeah, if you have other more specific questions or run into issues, definitely feel free to reach out to me on Discord. I added it only on the knee side. Yeah, and the actually I'll go back really quick. So For the base model, one of the things, if you're making a video game character, when you, let me duplicate this guy. If you mesh him, when you finally have your full polygons, you can go into this section and dissolve this here, or we can do this, dissolve edges, and then we want to dissolve that too. And that's really nice to have this little shape because then it'll actually close. Like those if you weight it properly, it'll like smush very exactly. And you get to keep your nice rounded knee on the front. And then you have something that pinches in the back um, very nicely. You're looking to continue my assignment. Thanks so much for help. Absolutely, Ninfi. Good luck with your assignment. And again, feel free to reach out on Discord and stuff. Um, And elbows are pretty much the same. I do pretty much the exact same thing for elbows and shoulders and stuff. Rip and tear. All right, Lunathal. Getting into the bean squishing. Get as close as we can to the reference while not breaking anything. So it's game specific. I would say that that kind of technique is probably used in any game that needs optimization. So for like mobile games and stuff like that, VR chat is kind of a mobile game in a way, and they're on the Quest headset, um, so they have to be very optimized for anything that's on Quest. But that's kind of like a little technique. Just to, there's so much to it. it's it's definitely can be complicated. Um, I think that starting out for modeling and character creation, um, a lot of what matters is just picking the right goal. That's really what it's easy to be overwhelmed. It's very easy to be overwhelmed because there is a lot that can be done, but that doesn't always mean it should be done for what you're doing. Um, I would say that the most important thing is that it's fun to do while you're doing it, and that you don't burn yourself out. Those are the most important things. Like technique can always be learned later, but getting the the feel for it, getting the being able to make it through the problems you're going to encounter is the important part. I'm a baby at rigging. I use AutoRig Pro and did the auto thing and hope for the best. Hey, I mean that's fair. That's genuinely what I would recommend if that's your first time through it or just kind of getting used to it. It's like just have something finished or done and then go from there. And then the next time add a little bit more complexity. All right, the beans are looking better. I think we could move these ones a little bit more. Beans! But AutoRig Pro is great for rigging. Um, There's kind of some weird things when you're adding custom bones. So definitely check that documentation when you're going through it. Uh, but I prefer it a lot. It's certainly better than having to make a custom rig every time from scratch. All right, how are those looking, Silik? Does it look good? Perfect. Perfect. And then for the mouth, I did add the ah. So now we have a full open. Um, I'm not quite sure if VR chat allows a sustained sound, but it'll certainly look better. And oh, this little. Glad I noticed that. Just a little bit of tweak there. It's a big ah. I like it. That was pretty much what I had in mind. All right, perfect, perfect. And yeah, the VR chat sometimes only does just a part of the blend shape. It doesn't do the full blend shape. It'll do like 50%, 50%. So sometimes the sounds are a little smaller than they should be. He's just whispering all the time. Big ah good. And absolutely. Capitalized double A. All right. So that looks pretty good. Oh yeah, and then for the legs, since I have you here, in where were they clipping? Was it when this motion happened where the leg kind of rotated? That was my assumption, is that it would happen when the leg rotated. It's a little hard for me to check because I don't have good full body setup, but it should be mostly prevented. They're eventually going to sink into the leg, but should prevent most shenanigans. Shenanigans. Okay, perfect. Just need to smooth out this painting right here. I think we're good to go. Oh, well, well. They basically clip a little too easily now, but the leg's looking that way really helps with it. Good, good. Yeah, I think just being able to see the leg compress, because before I'd go in and be completely hidden and then poke out like that. It's hard to see the continuity there. Oh, thank you, Newen. Yeah, if, Ninfi and Nguyen, I will be considering starting a class soon. I had a someone inquire about it yesterday, so I just need to kind of, if that's something that interests you, I will be talking more about it as time goes on. Bones outside is okay. No reason to panic. It's like a crab. You know, crabs have their bones on the outside. All right, that's looking better. Much smoother. We just need to get this pinch under control right here. I'm interested. I have much to learn. That is always well, Padawan. I have much to teach. All right. So let's get this uploaded to Silent. Um, everything should be working properly. I believe. Funnily enough, our next character that we'll be working on today is Areku. We're just waiting on Unity to open right now, so it'll be just a second. Unity always takes its sweet time. Thank you everyone for all the follows today. Just looking at my activity, quite a few follows just this morning. Feels good. Feels good. It's funny because I started streaming just to be like productive, but now it's probably my favorite part of what I do. It's awesome. It's very cool to be able to do this. Exactly. Exactly. Winky, winky, blinky. Perfect. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Dun, dun, dun. Yeah, I remember doing concept art in the past and just alone in a room for a week on end painting. Just go a little crazy. You just go a little crazy on that. It works so well. Oh, we'll get. All right. Hopefully, Unity decides to work at some moment. Okay, perfect. So switch over to Unity. Boom. Boom. Here's the avatar we've been working on. Akai. We finished him yesterday. And we're going to go over to Lunathal. Here's what he looks like in VR chat. Or, yeah, in VR chat. Pretty similar, but I think the materials pop a little bit nicer in Unity. Join Discord. If you announced anything on classes, I will definitely see it there. Heck yeah, that's awesome. Yeah, I'll maybe make a little channel for it. Right. What am I doing? I'm going to update the model. So we'll go here. I'm in Blender right now. So I just need to export to Unity. Ooh, that took a while to export. It's funny how much it changes initially, and then your brain just like slowly goes, now it's normal. It's always been this way now. Oh, yeah, those look better. Okay. All right. So that's all done. Let me go ahead and double check with the client. See if we have upload info. Send you a message, silent. Ooh, excuse me. And pop that off because I don't think that's even visible if I do that. Oh, that's awesome. Okay. Perfect. Guaranteed safety. All right, I'll be right back. I'm just going to grab some cashews and some oranges because I'm hungry. Ugh. I'm back. Thank you. And click right here. And then... All right. So we just want to double check that. Hmm. What is the pipeline manager number? That looks correct. All right, good. Just want to make sure we're uploading to the right location. That. Anything else I need to check? That should be everything. I did update the bones. Let's ensure that the legs are updated properly. Anytime you update your FBX file, VR chat, see, give me a warning. We want to go here, and everything will look the same, but you just have to click this. Pose, reset, sample, enforce, apply. And there you're good. All right. Build and publish. Sorry. ASMR orange peeling. I don't even know if you guys can hear that, but the orange once more. Indeed, I bought a bag of them the other day. I'll never get scurvy, but I might choke to death. Ah. I'm dying. All right. Perfect. So, updates should be available. Boom. Bada boom. Okay. We're going to switch back to Blender. And we're going to work on a Reku, which I'm very proud of. This hair. Took me a bit to get it right, but I'm really digging it now. Dang, look at that. That's some hair. Such a floofy boy. Yeah, he's definitely getting floofed. Floofed. Also, the teeth came out really well. This is kind of an odd view, but oh, thank you, Nguyen. You're so kind. Bum, 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 bum. Let's do some cuts like this so we get a nice indent there. So it seems to me the trick to hair modeling is to create little vertical diamonds, like really long, stretched out diamond shapes. That seems to work the best. Shine bright like a diamond. Mhm. So here you can, oh, sorry, that's the tail. You can kind of see it like right here. Basically, you just kind of do a tear. Ah, sorry, the tail's getting in the way. But like right here, we have this section. So I would just split the quads at the point, and now I have this nice little straight line uh, that I can kind of make. So this is like a, maybe a diamond's not the right word, but elongated triangle. And then you can just kind of connect them to other points. Here's another kind of example right there. This little diamond, diamond. I start out with just a grid, so I can show you with the plane here. So if we do a subdivision a few times, then add a subdiv mod, I would do something like this now, where I take this section and I rip it. Bam. Move it over, close it, and now I've got this little section here that works nicely. Hair has been my biggest enemy. It's definitely a challenge. It I think I've only gotten to this point where I kind of know what I'm doing. Um, it's still hard. Um, really, what kind of showed me this path is just looking up reference on Pinterest. Just go to Pinterest and type in anime hair topology, and that kind of put me on the right track. So for this case, I did just kind of start out with a lot of times with the long hair, you just take a UV sphere, cut off the bottom, and then extrude whatever you need. Let's say this section like that. So then you get kind of, and then you can kind of rip things and start pulling it apart. Um, but the nice part about a UV sphere is it comes together to this point, which is kind of what hair does. You have the swirl, I believe it's called, on your head, where the hair kind of spirals. Um, most people have that. It's kind of the same thing you see in a fingerprint. Yeah. So our next step is to fill this in. Actually, we need to finish the back here. But yeah, I'll pull up that reference a little bit later for the anime hair because that really kind of showed me the way, showed me the light and the way. This is getting a little dense. I'm going to close this. Excuse me. My favorite part anime model to learn, study how others do it, but I still struggle to get something that feels right. I think that compared to the quality I see in a lot of uh, booth models and just like really really good anime modelers, I still have a lot to learn as well. There is definitely just like a process to what they do that really blows my mind. Hair's a lot of trial error. Exactly. Trial and hair. I did redo large sections of this a few times. I think I was hanging out with was it Kami yesterday. Oh, good grief. I spent 2 days learning to sculpt fur. That's challenging, sculpting it. I usually do not sculpt. Um, I found that a lot of the times I prefer, if I'm going to sculpt, I prefer doing the modeling first. I just will actually end up modeling it with subdivision and then go in afterwards to get that final little details. So you see how like by like closing that, it comes into this diamond shape, which looks very hair-like. Just yeah, I don't know why my mouse is missing. Hey, oh, you didn't have to do that. Thank you, Val. I appreciate that. Very much appreciated. But I'm sure it helps with the ads. I wish I could turn the ads off. I would. I use Turbo to get rid of those. Oh, well, then even more thank you. I appreciate that. You're too kind. I'm going to bridge that. We're just kind of go in and see what works here. I added a multi-res to the fur on there and then normal map basic. That's smart. That's what I've been doing with my or pretty similar workflow for my clothing. Because I like to use simulations for clothing. Base mesh was already done. That is exactly what I like to do. Yeah. Get the modeling done, then worry about the details with sculpting. I've just found over time that I don't like the sort of sitting there and mushing something around with either painting or drawing, um, until hopefully it ends up in the right spot. Just like give me a subdivision modifier, and I will make that shape. I should have closed that one. Oh well. I really like how the hair is right here. Pretty proud of that. Right around the ears. You're right. There's something I changed my workflow by child in air. Absolutely. The mother of all innovation. Air. Era. Sorry, I'm going to do that a few more times, I guess. Era. Is y -1. Did really good with the hair. Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, liking how it came out. Yeah. Yeah. Where'd my voice go? This one isn't behaving. I don't like that stretch it has. That's not much better, though. What can I do with that? Might not be an issue. It's kind of covered up anyway. Error. 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 Actually, it should be this. Then merge that so we can merge this one at last. Awesome. Closing the tips. There we go. Bam. It's a little close there. Since this is the same on both sides, I'll probably close up all the backs here and then delete this section and paste it over. Just to save some time. Boom. 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 Bridge. Ah, I keep doing that. Boom, boom, boom. Yeah, I'll take one. Sorry. Else. Thank you, sir. Ball. Red Bull time. Now, time to get super hyper. Oh.
One kitty.
Yeah. Go. Want to show her off? Oh, yeah, she's out of here. I wanted to show you guys the kitty, but her food just came out of the auto feeder, so she's gone. Nothing's stopping her from getting that food. Nothing at all. All right, so we closed up these little tubes, tubules. Now we want to do the same over here. Let's actually check how it fits. So we will want to close this whole section here as well. Okay. Pretty much all the way up. Well, it's going to be a little bit. There we go. Good as new. All right. Now let's hide this bottom portion. Actually, I should have just done select the tips of these. Kind of reminds me of a lobster. Isn't that a joke in anime? Some characters look like lobsters because of their hair. Hide that portion. Time to fill. Boop. Voice. Hmm. That is super thin. Okay. Question. VR chat documentation says separate head from body. So only head has shape keys for better performance. But doesn't that create clipping issues? Um, no. As long as things are so like say you had a rigged model, like we went back to Lunathal. If I make the head a separate object, I can just do that really quick. Let's make a backup copy. Basically, everything's going to stay in the exact same position. So you could make your model as if everything's combined. But if I separate the face, nothing about the rig's really going to move any differently. Like from the outside perspective, everything's still in the same spot, and still moves the same, even though the face is actually separate now. So most just depends on how you position things. Good. Yeah, it's a little smoke and mirrors with with all 3D work. This would be best to do after everything is rigged, right? It can just depend on how you're putting your model together. For how I work, most likely that's what I'd do. Is just have um, just separate it just at the end. Though I think most people don't do that. It may be best practice in terms of removing the head, but I think most people, I certainly don't always remove the head, but maybe I should, but I don't. um, so it doesn't always happen. Um, I would say that would be something that you'd want to do if you are having performance issues with your character. It's like, hey, this character's not performing right. Maybe it's the blend shapes. Um, but it does make there are some other benefits of having a removable head. You know, if you have like an outfit, you could very easily transport that outfit from one character to another if they all have separate heads. But yeah, even when I'm modeling, well, it's funny that it says that it wants you to separate the head. Is that in the Is that? Are you looking at this guide right here? I can just Google that actually. So this is where I look to for determining kind of what changes to make. I'll go ahead and paste this in chat. Um, these are kind of your. This is what VR chat is concerned with. Um, I think that there are other ways to optimize that aren't included in here, but this is kind of your main criteria is the avatar performance ranking system, which gives you a very direct breakdown on how everything's going to be calculated. Um, hey, no problem. Oh, So now we've got to close this section here. So it's basically this.
see. It's really cleared up some uncertainties. Good, good. Mm, mm, mm. All right, that's at a point. Well, I don't think we need to fill in this part, but we need to fill in the sideburn area. It should be straightforward. I think we just grab this, extrude, fill. Like that. Mm. Came out a little differently than I'd hoped, but I think we can just kind of thin it out. Yeah, that looks good. Now we do have the bottom portion here. We need to fill this in. I'm going to delete this point. All right, let's make sure this is all creased. There we go. Mm-hmm. Bum, 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 bum. All right. I think we're done with the hair. Ta-da! And now, time for more hair. We're going to work on other parts of the body that have hair or are fluffy. Oh, thank you. You're a very positive person, Nguyen. Mm. Bam. There we go. Fluffed. Ooh. I think we need to make the ear a little bit thicker. Got the hair poking through. Let's think about that. Basically, it looks like the entire inner ear is covered in fluff. That's what it looks like. I can manipulate this one to take up more space. Just so when you're looking at it from the outside, there is no gap. La floof. Le floof. Oh, thank you, Fat Yoshi. Welcome. I appreciate that sub. Wow, so many subs today. Very kind. Hope you're having a fantastic Tuesday. Ching. I salute you. Hello. Yes, hello. Hello indeed. All right, so that is definitely more filled up, and it hides the weirdness of the hair going into the ear. But what I don't like about it is that it's not fluffy enough. I would like just some other little tendrils of fluff poking out aside from the ones we already have. So we're going to take this guy, duplicate it. And you know what? I'm just going to delete this. Bada boom. All right, there we go. Now we've got a nice sharp one, and we'll make the rest of the tufts using this one. We don't need a lot. We just need a few to kind of break up the very obvious symmetry we have here. Objects, that origin geometry. Yeah. I think we can get away as well with dissolving some of these edges. It's a little dense otherwise. We need to be a little bit more aggressive with optimizing. There we go. This one also optimize. And we'll even kind of rotate it a little bit. Get some nice curve in there. And the goal is to help hide kind of the look of the fur. So by doing that, I think we're doing a pretty good job of limiting that view. Now what we're going to do is we're going to take all these, combine them with the main one. Now we just have just a little ear tuft. We're going to add a very fun modifier called the data transfer. We're going to use it to replace the normals in the ear. But we'll use it. We'll use a weight paint modifier to help blend it. I was hoping for it to look a bit softer, but it's coming off a little differently. So let's do near projected face. Or we could add a sphere. And target the sphere instead. That's a bit better. Sort of. Why is it? What? Huh? What? Oh, near space. There we go. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Look at that. Just blends together. That's what we like. Ba, 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 ba. Let's also add the seam to cut. Q mark seam. That'll allow me to select it. Alt S, shrink it just a ways. thicker. That looks good. Can't wait to bake that. Go ahead and hide and prevent. We'll create a folder. Normal target. Put the sphere in there and then hide the collection. And that way it won't get revealed when I hit Alt H. Perfect. But yeah, look at that. Doesn't that blend nicely? If I give it the body, now you can really see how it blends together. Beautiful. Wow. Beautiful. We don't have to give it 100% either. We could do like right about there. So let's do 100% for now. All right. Now, we do want to include very similar things on our other tufts. So we're going to be doing this a few times. Just helps it blend right in. The spacing is off here. We'll have to move them in. What is this? What is that? Oh, bam. 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 Oh, there we go. Yeah, I really like this technique. I do think it's quite cool. The artist Cade, another VR chat avatar creator, made a tutorial on this. It's been super useful. Used it on pretty much every avatar I've made since I came across that tutorial. All right, let's get this placement better because this chunk right here is definitely free floating. It's a floater. So we'll just sink that into the body. All right, that looks good. Turn on outline just to verify. A little bit of gap right there. Perfect. Now the feet are wrong. We want to target a look like this. So I can't use those ones. So what we'll do is pop these right off. Pop. And I'm going to copy them. And we're going to go to my avatar parts folder, paste them there. Let's see my collection of feet. Such a weird thing to say. But we're going to copy it. We're going to take this one. My feet collection, yes. All right, back to Raikou. Delete those now and paste these here. Move them in. I'm going to go to the restroom real quick. Be right back. All right, I'm back. So we want to put these on. But I think we'll try to mimic this a bit better. Big, small. It's pretty close already, but more rounded. Round, round. Bean stash. Bean. My collection of beans. Yes. The bean. Gotta go. Thanks a lot for your help. Have a good stream. Hey, thank you for hanging out, Nguyen. It was fun chatting with you. And I love your positive energy. You enjoy the rest of your day, and I'll catch you soon. Bye. Nice. So it comes together here. That's what I'm missing. That's what I'm missing. So it goes like this. Cha 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 cha. Making the beans. Making the beans. Almost there. This is really hard to get exact, but I should be able to just scale it in. There we go. That's better. And we just want this to be less creased. All right. But then make this even more rounded, spherical. Or I think maybe they just need to be extruded here. We do that. Oh, goodness. Wow. 4.2 es. All right, I think we're getting better at making beans. That we made a lot of beans today. All right, we're going to combine this with the body. Why is it so laggy? A little bit bigger than that. All right. So we got a lot of good work done on the avatar. What exactly is this garment? Gotcha. We'll do a circle first, set to 16. Put a subdivision on it. And scale it in like that. Do we simulate this one? I think I'd like to. Oh, actually, you know what? I want the butt to be a little bit juicier. A little bit more Donka. A little bit more. Actually, the groin should be lower than the butt. least level with it. Bode. Yeah, much better. Okay. Then that, I believe, it's a little hard to tell what's going on there. Dun, 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 dun. Boo. Seems to change a bit. See one design kind of do one thing, another design kind of doing a little bit different thing. Damn it. Ba, 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 ba. Ba, la, 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 la. Ah, mew. Perfect. Let's make it a little bit longer. Or, no. Bada boom, play. Excuse me. How real should it look? Is kind of the question, right? It's like, should it be very real? Well, well, you can never get the pressure right. Sometimes it goes in, sometimes it goes out. Okay. Well, damn, the simulation of this program is so impressive. It's pretty good. Also, hello, Kami. Welcome. Not quite sure if this is where we want to go with it, but we'll see. That's better. Looks a little less randomly bumpy. It was just picking up the underlying wireframe a little bit too much. I would like for this to have more interesting wrinkles. The little front portion, do a cut there. It just stays kind of surprisingly flat. Dee. Hope you're having a good Tuesday, Kami. Welcome, welcome. Already Tuesday. Where's the week go? Well, thank you. All right, so we're going to separate this top part. Boom. And then reconnect it. Delete the faces. So now those should sew together, but they'll still be separate. And then we're going to extrude this portion right there. We kind of move the whole thing down just a ways. Oh, there's no sewing yet. I need to add shape sewing. Interesting. It pulls on. Oh, gotcha. Interesting. All right, so for in order to that to work properly, we actually need to, well, let's just see how that works. I mean, that's the same thing, right? So just do that. Kind of pulls a little bit too much, but I do like how the wrinkles are forming. I feel like it fits the body very nicely, especially here on the back. All right, so what we're going to do additionally is take this section and add it to the pin group side. And we'll also include that with the shrink wrap here. Put that up here. Target, pin. Hello. Look at that's blown. Can you imagine like all right, I'm back. Had to talk to my brother real quick. Me brochacho. All right, we'll just close that for now. Excuse me. Let's see. What's it look like? Right. There's no pin group actually happening. And the collision from the body is too strong. Or no, sorry, the cloth. I think that looks kind of nice. Have you learned where everything is in this program? It just seems you know exactly where to be every time. um, I would say definitely when it comes to avatars, I know what to use. But there is a lot more. There's a lot of other things that it would take some time to learn. And then you look at stuff like they added geometry nodes. It was like that would that's its there's things that literally have infinite complexity in sub in Blender. I just feel like I would be googling all the time. Certainly, I definitely have had a lot of YouTube and Google um, searches, challenges. And collision definitely took. I guess took me the cloth collision stuff on its own to kind of feel comfortable with it. That took about 2 weeks to really feel like I actually could solve things or figure things out. I think that looks good though. I do feel that a lot of the time I am just clicking. I'm like, what does that do? Oh, what does that do? Let me click that some more. I guess I'm kind of missing that whole process of figuring out you went through. It's definitely, I think a lot of the times when you look at other artists, I love drawing and stuff, and I look at other artists and like, when they get there, it's just, you look through years of work. But, well, there's definitely time, definitely a process. which is what happens when you stumble on someone who's already so far along. Exactly, exactly. That's why I think the best advice when starting out is just like finding how to um, like come back to it. The hardest thing with this kind of work is just being healthy about it. It's very easy to get unhealthy with this kind of stuff and like have a bad mindset or just be really hard on yourself. Maybe that's the same thing, but um, certainly when um, certainly it's there's been some rough moments, and I've bitten off more than I could chew for some projects, some client work early on, where it's just like, oh shit, I actually can't do that. Like I thought I could, but I I have no idea how to do this properly. I've had those moments, and it sucks to like just be like, hey, I'm sorry, but you know, I actually can't do this. Like I wish I could, but it's just not in the cards. Um, Not a good feeling, but um, you know, once you've done something like that or struggled in that kind of way, and then get a little bit used to it, understand how to approach better the next time. All learning is pain. Now that sounds morbid. All learning is struggle. Some form of struggle. I don't want it to sound quite so dire. All right, let's turn on the pressure. Well, that's not quite working how I want it to. Seem to be doing most everything. Thank you. I certainly appreciate you saying that. I hope to know almost everything in Blender eventually. Hmm, it's still attaching there, even though I separated. Oh, it's because of the shrink wrap. Okay, gotcha. Let's see how this works. If I do this, it certainly gets faster and a little easier every time. Like, do you ever have any bad experience with the client after not able to deliver? Usually, most clients are understanding. I would say usually the hardest client to have is one that doesn't know what they want, which sounds weird to say because they've come to you to hire you for work. But the reality is, like, usually when if I wasn't unable to deliver something, people understand. I'll refund them an appropriate amount. Um, certainly I can't starve myself, but deliver on what you can and re- uh, compromise on what you can't. Usually, the name of the game with commissions is under promise and over deliver. So don't definitely don't over promise. That's in contrast to the idea of going, yeah, I can do absolutely everything. It's like just you know set achievable goals and then push past that to try to deliver more than what you know is achievable. Um, but by far the hardest clients I've had are people that, and I've had this with bosses as well, not just commissions, but at work where kind of everything you return them makes them want something else. And that's not like it's not like you're not delivering what they wanted. It's just they don't quite understand what they want or um, like my commissions here. I don't take work that people don't have reference for. Like the upfront expectation is that you have a design that I'm gonna make because if they don't have a design or want you to kind of uh, make the idea as you go, that will absolutely turn into a nightmare. I think the only other difficult aspect is if a client before work begins or during the commission realizes that they won't be able to uh, pay at the end. And usually that's okay because I prefer to do the half up front, half at the end payment structure. Because that way, you have enough to start with, and if things change, they can still um, be in a good position to stop the commission, but you still have enough to eat. uh, I did a lot of commissions in the past, but I didn't do 3D models. I did like hand drawn art. So good advice: stay within capabilities and know kind of the end result before you start. Absolutely, communication is 100% the hardest part of any sort of project, especially freelance and commission work. And that's not like it's not a fault of any one person. It's just genuinely a really hard aspect of life in general. Like, you know, relationships, politics, like all of those things embody the struggle of clear and direct and understandable communication. Um, like a lot of when I was didn't quite as have thicker skin, like for my very very first art commissions, it was really really hard for me to take any sort of criticism because I viewed it as criticism instead of as like constructive advice. Like people would it's hard to have that boundary at first. Um, if that's hard for you, for some people they never had an issue with it. Some artists that I know, but I think when I was just out of college, it was a challenge. And also, just as a, it's totally an aside, but my if anyone, if you work for a family, that's because those are the most difficult kind of bosses to have. This is not from a freelance perspective. This is from my some of the jobs I've had over the years, in-person jobs. Like if you work for a family company, you're basically saying you're basically gonna live inside their drama. I don't know how else to put that. It's like anyway, just weird situations that crop up when you work for people that don't have just a work relationship. You know, it's like I remember working at a little startup for a family, and they're good people, but one the husband would tell you one thing, the wife would tell you another. They have to, then you're just not sure what's expected of you, and then they're both angry. I was like, oh no, there's no way to win. It's like a Arrested Development skit. Also, since I'm on the topic of freelancing, if anyone out there is considering doing freelance, my number one advice is if you cannot afford to live off your rates, then do not enter freelancing right away. Just wait till your skills are good enough that you can make a livable wage instead of jumping straight into freelancing. Just go work at Starbucks. Don't don't starve yourself. Because I look at some commissions and it's like, people charge like, even if you go on VR chat traders right now, it's like there are people charging $100 for an avatar, but it still takes them 2 weeks to make. It's like, okay, so you put in 80 hours, divide $100 by 80 hours. That's how much you're making an hour. And it's like, there's, you just can't live off of that. Of course, maybe like a part time or more of a hobby for some people, but man, you really got to make sure you're not putting yourself in a situation where you're starving yourself. Because I have done that, and it sucks. You're just grinding, and you know you can't eat passion. That's a good one. I'll have to write that down at some point. I should write a book. Anyway, I know that's not unexpected freelancing rant, but just stuff I wish I had known. I should make a video. that looks not so great. It's kind of stringy. Yeah, I feel with freelancing, ultimately paying less than a normal wage. Yeah, it's. I have a friend that is in a similar situation right now. It's just like it's tough. It's a tough world out there. Got to take care of yourself first. You just got to be healthy. It's like if you don't have health, then it's not going to happen. It's just that simple. Are you taking on freelance work right now? But if it's for a side income, I think you can do it if you are really willing to make that a profession. Absolutely. I think it's more like a runway kind of situation. It's like you have a position where you're going from really stable work to entering that unstable work in a healthy way, eventually getting used to it, getting your rates up, and then you pivot, you transition once uh, you've gotten that working, working properly. Is it a little? Oh yeah, it's because I have the subdivision up. But are you freelancing at the moment, Connor? Yes and no. Gotcha. Gotcha. Getting into a position to do it. Oh, I meshed it. Fuck. I might have to redo that. Damn it. Gotta cover the goods. Indeed. Welcome, King Gypsy. Welcome, welcome. I think if I was to redo it, I wouldn't want this little pinch here. I'd want it to lay flat against it. Trying to write in my free time for books and YouTube videos. Oh, heck yeah, that sounds very cool. Excuse me. I gotta sneeze. A little lay down rough. Okay, so we're at 65,000 already. But I think we've got everything complete now. Teeth are done. Oh, I don't have a tongue. Okay. Also, no, we got a mouth cavity. Do we? No, we don't. We need to fill this in. So in a way, that's freelancing for myself. Heck yeah. Well, that's awesome. I certainly wish you well with your work. What I've seen a lot, I think the last time I say was Joe's and Joe's friends celebrate from military school or I don't remember. Who is this? Is this a Joe Johnson? I believe he came by a while back. 29 Team Gypsy. Jordan. Hans was there too. Jordan Everhart? Oh, well, welcome. Welcome, welcome. That has been a while. Dang. Well, welcome to my new life of making avatars, VR chat avatars for a living. Well, Kami, I wish you well with your freelance. I've seen people making nice a living just making YouTube videos, but like they make sort of comics on YouTube, like motion comics. This is full time, yeah. It's what I my main gig at the moment. Um, hopefully indefinitely. It's certainly the better uh chunk. What am I trying to say? The better work life balance I've ever had. Oh, thank you, thank you. Yeah, it's been a wild ride. I'm actually out in Austin, Texas right now, and living with Joe. So he's around. I'll have to let him know. You say hi. He's working right now, but um, I will definitely let him know that you came by. New Mexico, nice, nice, warm. I remember passing through there. Taos, New Mexico. Oh, interesting. I just expected it to be warm. Well, heck yeah, man. I'm glad you're doing well. Ski resort town. Gotcha, gotcha. So mountain somewhere. Yeah, dude. I was just thinking of Hans the other day. He's up in Seattle. Or last I heard. Oh wait, I'll be right back. Hey, one second. Hey Joe. It's so funny. Just Joe's on the phone at the moment, but he's definitely man. I miss Ojai. I miss Ojai a lot. Back in the day, feeling old now. His laugh still sound like a cry. Not as much. More of an old man chuckle. Oh no. I'll try to get him on at some point. He doesn't really like being on camera. Yeah. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Apparently, they got some intense rains a while or pretty recently, but it's gonna get warm soon now that summer's around the corner. There we go. Yeah, look at them choppers. Snowed in Santa Barbara. Wild. Not so wild. We're gonna dissolve that section because we need to save some vertices and maybe some of these back teeth. Oh, I like the teeth so much. I don't want to dissolve them. Maybe we'll do this instead. Take those. You do a lot of CAD? Oh, heck yeah. Yeah, I apparently did. That's really cool. Well, that's not too dissimilar from what I'm doing. What kind of what do you machine for? Or what type of product? Collapse. There we go. That's better. Collapse those. I could probably do another collapse. Let's just try it. Collapse. Boom. Yeah, that works well. Okay. Perfect. Land surveying, but lately I've been doing land scans and drone photogrammetry. That is awesome. Very, very cool. Well, heck yeah, man. Are you working for the ski resort then to help them survey? All right, there we go. Well, Blender is a good tool. I don't know if you've used it before, but I like it for a lot of 3D stuff. Clearly, but um, might be a good fit for you too. Huge mine where I live. That's a super fun project. Making the mine into a forest. Hey, that's super cool. In charge of documentation of all the stuff being fixed and installed. That's fascinating. Huh. Well, dang. That's super cool. All right, then we do a cut there. Well, that's super cool. I have been watching a bunch of like spelunking videos lately. Giant drains going down the side of the mountain to collect the water for processing. Interesting. So it's more like a kind of like an environmental cleanup project. Caves scare me, no thanks. Yes. Yeah. Watching the spelunking videos, it was just made it clear that that's not for me. No thanks. I like to live. I would prefer life. Very much environmental. Chevron is paying for it all. Fascinating. Well, that's good on them for doing something. Bam, bam, bam. Mhm. There we go. Oops, that one's kind of coming out funky. We need to lower this here. Bam. Well, dude, if I'm ever around New Mexico, gonna be trying to do some traveling recently or soon, because I want to do like the digital nomad lifestyle. We'll see how that goes, but um, I'll definitely put New Mexico on my list. It'd be fun to come by, check out the town, see what you're up to. Oh, that looks good. You have access to the complete AutoCAD suite. All the software is amazing. Oh heck yeah! I used there was one company I was designing cups for a little bit, and I forget what it was. Anyway, some sort of CAD thing. I like it. It had some learning curve, but I liked it a lot. Move the teeth back a little bit. If you do come out to visit, that'd be really cool. I have a small farm here and almost completed my 69-foot geothermal Wallapini. So Wallapini. Wallapini. I'm Googling that. Oh, dude, that's dope. Oh, you guys can't see my screen or see my browser. Interesting. Makes sense with how cold it is. Put it in the ground and stuff. Huh. That's awesome. That's super cool. Well, dude, let me here. If do you have Discord? That's my Discord for the stream, but feel free to add me if you have Discord. Um, also, nice 69 foot. If only. Yeah, feel free to add me, man. Noise. And if you ever make it out to Austin, Texas, let me know. That's where I am at the moment. Hmm. What is so dense right now? Oh, it's this one. Right down to one. Heck yeah. Wait, wait. All right. Well, keep an eye out for that. Yeah, dude. Hard to believe I'm going to be 32 this year. Hello, Arctic. Welcome. Welcome. Happy Tuesday. Hope you're having a good evening so far. Just thinking back to the good old days in Ohio. What the heck? Make it stop. I would prefer to not age, please. How long does a commission take to complete? Usually it's about a week. 1 to 2 weeks is usually the nice estimate. And I at the moment I'm kind of juggling a few. Sometimes I do that, sometimes I don't. Just kind of depends on um, how my workflow is going, or if I scheduled things oddly. Depends on how many tentacles. Exactly, exactly. I need 20. go. But yeah, they're a lot of fun. Have you ever been in VR chat? Or are you familiar with it at all? I wish I could see. Oh, it's 1,000. That's pretty good, actually. Okay, 1,000. Ooh, the tail. Okay, I was just about to be like, oh, let's move on to the next thing. But I gotta make a tail. We gotta make a tail, y'all. Yeah. Just ready to figure out what to do. All right, I kind of want to make it look like this. That's gonna be hard. I think what we'll do is we'll apply this and then put on another subdivision. No, that won't work. That's not how it should work. 10, see. Do I double this? Dun, dun, dun. But yeah, before this, I was doing Joe does like automotive related stuff. So he like helps move parts around. So transportation. He's not driving that, but he helps coordinate transportation and stuff like that. Um, but he's doing well. We actually live together. He's just in the other room. I think I said that earlier, but logistics. Exactly. So yeah, he helps just make sure things are ended up in the right spot. But he's doing well though. Doing good for himself. Definitely one of those jobs that is always needed. There's always something going somewhere. To fall into Texas, pretty much. We were living together in Burbank. I moved back to Ojai. Let's see, 5 years ago, 6 years ago, and then after a few years living there, went to back to LA, Burbank area with Joe, and then we moved out to Texas together. I'm remote. I could work from anywhere, and he was heading out this way during all the COVID stuff too. So city living is all right. I did not enjoy LA at all. I can pretty much say that safely now. Not only was it smoggy and unhealthy, but just was a pain to get anywhere. Yeah, very much like Austin's really nice. It's a good mix of nature and then not endlessly. I want to delete half of this. Doop doop doop. And man, oh heck yeah, dude! See your photos there. Dang, that does look a bit chilly. Definitely prefer my farm and country lifestyle. I definitely get that. It's like I think just having grown up in Ojai and stuff, I didn't realize how much I preferred being around nature. I was like, kind of when you growing up, you're like, oh yeah, moved to LA, it's just a city or whatever. It's just kind of alienating more than anything. Still paying to get around that. And I don't doubt it. How much? Looks like you got a lot of snow to shovel, or at least ice to watch out for. Okay, so now we've mirrored it, and we can start cutting this. We're going to do long strands. Long strands is the plan. But this year it was light on snow. Interesting. Global warming. Oops. Now I want a bridge, and then fill, and then fill here. Dope. And I think I'd prefer that it ends here. Maya. Oh, this is Blender. This is Blender here. My favorite. My true love, Blender. Actually free. It's an open source program. So it's just like the Blender Foundation, I think is what they're referred to as. Um, referred to. Um, I really like it. It's free, so that's nice. Well, there's a lot of like resources out there to like learn it and stuff, and so I that's kind of taught myself to use it over the years, and just ended up liking it a lot more than the other stuff I was doing in the past. Maybe a good fit for you as well. Um, I was already saying that earlier, but um, it's free. So there are some CAD-like things you can do with this, but I wouldn't be able to say exactly what that is. I just know it's possible. I've heard it mentioned before. I yeah, funnily enough, if you remember, so we're friends with John Weiser uh, when we were growing up. His brother's actually living out here in Austin too. When I saw him not too long ago. If you remember Ben Weiser, maybe I shouldn't say last names on stream. Who knows? He's super tall now, so you may not recognize him. You and a couple others I remember. Yeah, yeah. Hazy memories. I know I was a child once. That's how I feel. That's how I feel. Are you dating someone? Are you married? Put the dot there. Connect the dot like this. Bam. Then extrude it. Serious girlfriend, basic wife, need to propose, misplaced ring. That's funny. I won't tell. I won't tell. It's not lost. Just misplaced. Gotcha. I like how that's looking. Be nice to do some larger strands. Let's look at the reference. So some shorter ones here, maybe here, longer ones, and then some smaller ones. Well, that's good to hear. Definitely sending good vibes your way when we get to the proposal time. Yeah, let's do some shorter ones up top. So we went like, let's draw it out. This. Two. Something like that. That looks good. Boom. Boom. Oh. All right. I do not. No. Been single for a little while now. It's just COVID and stuff. Just kind of dipping my toes back into the dating pool. Art is my lover. Exactly. Exactly. Yeah, it's interesting. You go the otaku route and make your own GF. There we go. There we go. Just need some. I don't know how much of that I can say on stream, but oh, there we go. I'll call her Pamela or Pamela. That sound. Someone's banging a drum outside. There we go. Also, I hope your family's doing well. I really haven't heard much since moving out of Ojai. But just sending good vibes that way. How's it? Same. I forget your sister's name. Kayla? No. Does it start with an M? But hope Sam's doing well. Michaela and Annalisa. That's right. That's right. I feel proud. Usually I'm not so good with names, but the good old cerebrum's still functioning. Individual hairs cost extra. It's true though. Depending on how detailed you want to get, there are some hard limits to what's possible. I should just bevel. That didn't work at all. Whisker. It do be like that though. It really does. It's like it's amazing how something you see every day, like, oh, like a beard or hair or whatever. It's like, oh, you want to put hair in a video game? All right, I'll need a year to make all the everything here. Oops. I'm gonna bridge that one. Bam, bam. I'll rip this one too. Boom. Bam, bam. All right. So that one, I think we'll raise this up together. Boom. There we go. All right. Looking floofy. And we're doing good on budget. That's what we want. A good budget. And 0.6 E 70. Just connect that there. There. Boom. Nice. All right, probably be streaming for about another 30 minutes, and then I gotta go do lunch because I'm hungry. Do 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 do. And I think we'll try to do some. Man, which one is gonna rip? Hard to tell. There we go. That one, that one, that one. Okay. Bam. so. Nice. Okay, that's perfect. Man, I'm really liking figuring out this new method of making hair. And it's working quite well, honestly. It's kind of a struggle in the past, but figuring it out. Faster, better, both a bit of both. Um, not always faster, but definitely better. Definitely better. If I were there, this needs to merge with that M at last. Bam. Bam. All right, we'll get another little strand down this way. Actually, want that. I just don't want all that. Bam. No, take that back. This skew bridge. And we close. Bam. Like that. All right. Don't really want it to merge right there. Oh yeah, I selected the wrong one. It's like, man, I swear it's a little different. It was. Boom, boom, boom. All right. So now we need to get a little bit better at how these bend and sit next to each other so that they kind of look a little bit cooler. Can I mark it sharp? Mark it sharp. Boom. That helps pop them off the surface. There we go. All right. There's no vertex there. Why is it pinching like this? Is this a vertex? It's a weird little. Does that look a little weird? Maybe there's just too much tension. Instead of that, we'll rip it that way. We'll come back to that one. No need for it to be perfect just yet. love even more of a curve if we can do that. Like this. Bam. Okay. Boom, 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 boom. All right. I think that is exactly what we wanted. Nice. Nice. Hmm. Man, it's almost noon already. Dang. Day has gone by quick. I'm gonna hit 4 hours at that moment, and then we'll be halfway through the day. Halfway already. Jenny. Boom, 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 boom. Nice. That actually does look pretty good. This is a little messed up here, but look at that. Very much looks like these strands. We need more jaggedness. Gotta go. Hey, sounds good, Jordan. Thanks for coming by. It was fun catching up with you. And enjoy your day. That was cool. Streaming does give you a lot of opportunities to like catch up, just be available for people. I think like my parents get to tune in and like kind of see what I'm up to in a way that I don't think they've ever been able to do before. Oh, it's cool. There's really nothing else like it. Um, I get to hang out, share it with cool people hanging out with me. Thank you everyone who's been hanging out with me this morning. It's been a good morning. I really enjoyed it. Nothing like having a good start to your week. Let's add poke to quick favorites. I need a better menu for my quick menus. What happens if I dissolve that one? It really looks like it curves under like that. If I do J there, not quite. Let me delete this one and rip it here. And we'll connect these two. One, two, gotcha. Boom, boom. F-E, X-E, doop, 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 doop. Doop, 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 Q. Bridge. There we go. Then actually, connecting it there is going to look kind of funky. So let's connect it here. It reminds me much more of like a relief, you know. Like a lot of times I'm trying to make the actual strands in a way, but this is much more like an implant. It's like drawing. Yeah, it kind of reminds me of drawing, honestly. Honestly. Let's poke these. Boom. I wonder how we can get, the tip on reference image is pretty pointy. So why don't we do that? That. Can you poke a triangle? Oh, you can. All right, not quite what I want to do, but I love the idea. Yep, blend. Or bridge, excuse me. All right, 10 more minutes, and then I will be going on lunch. Probably tweak that after we mirror it so it's not so perfectly symmetrical. So it looks, always reminds me of like antenna or something when long wispy things are perfectly, perfectly symmetrical. So we're gonna avoid that. And then I would like to take all of these, this row here, and we're gonna poke them. Well, because that's where the transition happens to the end of the tail. I would like to have that be reflected in the geometry that we're looking at. So maybe we'll even poke like this one as well. Poke. Just to give us a little bit more to work with. All right, 5-minute countdown. That's my klaxon alarm. Dun dun. I do a good that voice from Half-Life. No, don't. Actually, I do want to cut all the way. Yeah, all the way. Boom. Nice. That looks good. Oh, this is going to look so good by the time I'm done. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oops, sorry. Sorry for the sound. I definitely will want some strands to come off like this. Just a few. Just enough to give it that impression of flow and volume. Fluff. Flu. All right. So, want a little bit more. These long ones on the bottom. All right. It is noon, which means I'm going to go munch. So, thank you everyone who's been hanging out with me this morning very much. It's seriously been a good morning. productive. A lot of fun people coming by. Just going to thank everyone who came by. Jordan came by today. Thank you for coming by, Jordan. Tommy, always chatting with you about VR chat modeling and stuff. Nguyen, Fat Yoshi, thank you again for the sub, Fat Yoshi. Val, also thank you for the subscription. Um, and Silek, hope you're doing well. And Ninfa, Suski, since you're both new here, I'll just let you know that I will be back soon, about an hour and a half. And yeah, thank you, Arctic. Of course, Arctic as well. Thank you for coming by. And we'll have a good break. I hope you all have a good break. I'll be back in about an hour and a half to 2 hours. We'll pick up right where we left off and do another 4 hour session, hopefully finishing the tail, and then put some work into our other avatar. But see you all then. Again, hope you're having a great Tuesday. Thank you for a great meal. See you soon. Bye. Bye.